Good evening, Major. Alrighty. So if you can't tell from the title, we are a bit short on power. And so we are going to do two things tonight, maybe a third if I feel like continuing that long. I was going to do a stream yesterday daytime. And not to do the actual upgrades, but to do some maintenance on various things, including the grid, in preparation for this. But that didn't happen after I spent 6 hours in the emergency room yesterday morning. And there was no way I was doing any streaming yesterday. So I feel much better today, thankfully. Yeah, yesterday morning was not fun. So that stream, the various maintenance work at this point is going to be hopefully tomorrow and probably daytime, not evening. It may be short, or more likely it may be long. It will be casual. I'm not going to be doing anything specific. It's going to be whatever comes to mind. There are a lot of things that need tweaked, cleaned up, adjusted. There's belts running cross country that need to be straightened up. There's power lines that need to be straightened up. There's tubes that need to be straightened up, etc., etc. There are some blueprints I want to make. There's blueprints I need to edit. Yada yada yada. There's a lot of things. It's going to be a whatever happens kind of stream. And then my next regular stream like this, if I don't do it tonight, will be additional upgrades. So tonight the plan is to overclock this power station, which is the one just right next to the aluminum. And then we're going to build out here. We have where I have my initial oil that's doing my plastic, rubber, and my smokeless powder to do my explosive rebar, which is done over here. There are two more nodes here, so I'm going to take those, and those are going to be doing exclusively whatever best I can figure out to do power from those. And I might build that here, but I think not, because I have plans to do some major remodeling with this. So, but that's the plans for tonight, is building that and overclocking this. If there's time, if I feel like going that long, we are going to do a big fuel power build. I am not certain where yet, but probably. I'm reluctant to point to them yet until we go there, but the people who know the western oil fields, I may go to the north, I may go to the south. People who know where I'm talking about. The problem with all of those areas, except for the west, is that I am not particularly familiar with them. I know my way around the ones to the west. I've built quite a large field there. 4, 5 plants over there. A lot of power over there. So I'm familiar with that one. I am not familiar with I know what's up there, and I've done a few things up there, but I don't really know it. The stuff to the south, yes, I think that's what it's called, Major. I don't think I've even been there. And I think there's something out to the northwest or northeast, I think. And I've not been out there on this or any other map. But so I'll probably either late on this stream or on the next stream. My webcam should be showing my map, not the full game stream. The stream, I mean, I'm monitoring my stream. It's showing full screen. It's showing what I see on my regular screen. Ah, I know what you're seeing, I think. Anyways, so anyways, that's the plan. Basic for tonight, we're going to do the overclocking and then build out there. Yeah, we all do that major. Some of us more than others. Some of us admit it more than others. And then if I get that done, have time and energy, we'll go see about building out a bigger power thing. Because right now, I'm generating 7K, and good evening, Dan. I'm generating 7K, and my max potential usage is 10K. So I am a bit short on power. Dan, have you heard about my fun of yesterday? So here's the story. I'll give the not quite detailed version of yesterday. So originally I had planned on doing a casual stream of doing general makeshift maintenance work around the planet yesterday afternoon. Instead, I spent 6 hours in the emergency room early yesterday morning. I had gone to bed around midnight. Felt normal, no problem, nothing unusual. But I couldn't go to sleep, which is not all that unusual for me. When I go to bed, my brain decides to wake up and to think about whatever it feels like thinking about. So it's not unusual for me not to be able to go to sleep. And eventually I'll get up and come back out to the computer and work. That's why I tell people that I may sleep at any time of day, I may be up at any time of day. But when I got up around 3, I was not in the shape to do anything. I went to stand up and realized that I was extremely woozy. And if you don't know that term, think car sick but not dizzy. AKA equilibrium screwed. I was extremely weak, could barely stand up. I was sweating profusely, and I was moderately nauseous. Any one of those is a reason to think about things. After a few machinations to consider taking meds, I had originally gotten up to come out to the computer. I had that way, body said, as is common, you get up, you gotta go bathroom. While I was in the bathroom, body decided to do dry heaves, aka vomit without substance, which was fun when you're sitting on the can. Anyways, after finishing all that stuff, I headed to the kitchen to get meds while still thinking about whether I was going to power through it or call emergency. I went to head for the kitchen, and Body said, "No, you're not doing that." And I collapsed into my desk chair here with my head on my desk, thinking of even more carefully about whether I was going to power through it or not. Ended up calling here in the U.S., it's 911, and it turned out I could barely talk to them. They actually pinged my phone. They actually did the emergency locate on my phone. But they got here, and their description of me was gray and lethargic, I believe is the terms they used. So even to them, just visually, I was not in good shape. So anyways, they took me in. There's snow on the ground here. I'm in Michigan. When I left the house, I had my sweatpants on, no shoes, no socks, no shirt, and fortunately they had grabbed a coat, but I didn't have it on. Oh, and I had my wallet and phone. I did not end up taking my keys with me, which made it fun getting back in the apartment. So yeah, I went from the apartment to the ambulance with just my sweatpants, which was fun, but I'm warm-blooded. I didn't care a whole lot. I actually declined a blanket, but anyways, as on the way to the hospital, I was, from my point of view, I was only half conscious. I don't know how they felt. When I got to actually, I think they had me wired up in the ambulance, but ultimately, I had every wire in the hospital attached to me. I had at least 2 and I think 3 IVs. I had at least one. I had at least an EKG and I think a second batch of electronic wires connected. They were monitoring everything, trying to figure out, okay, what's going on. But long story short, because I'm leaving out a lot of fun. But long story short, apparently it was a quick onset, hardcore viral attack, is the basic description. Unspecific virus, not sure. No coughing or anything. It's not a cold. It's not COVID. But whatever it is, since I went to bed fine and 3 hours later I was not cool, they think it's probably a viral attack, and given that it was that quick, I probably got a pretty heavy dose of it from wherever. Dehydration, no, they said I was fine. They did give me a lot of fluid, but it is normal for me to be low on fluid. I don't drink a lot, but that's 50 years of that, so that's perfectly normal for me. Food poisoning was a thought I had. However, they did all the blood tests, and my white count was, from the way they described it, but not the words they used, I got the impression it was nearly off the scale, my white blood count. So my body was responding to something. So anyways, yeah, I wasn't doing good yesterday morning. I was doing much better when I came back home, but at that point, and I didn't even think about this until after I got home close to noon, I had not had any food for 24 hours at that point. Generally, high white blood count means you're fighting something, or were recently fighting something. It might be as simple as a cut on a finger, or it might be something as bad as cancer. Without doing some in-depth testing, it's hard to tell what it was. but they did not identify a specific virus. I guess I'm assuming they didn't feel it was sufficient. It was necessary enough to identify which virus. Just that viral, and you really can't do anything about a viral thing. There's not a lot you can do. You can do bacteria. A virus, there's not a lot you can do. There's vaccine, but even vaccines just tell your body ahead of time how to deal with it itself. It's still your body doing it. And that's why when you get like a cold, which is a virus, the only thing they can do is support your body, and that's why you do the rest fluids and simple things to digest, like chicken broth and bread and crackers, the stuff that your body can digest easily without a lot of energy taken out to do it. So it's basically support the body at that point, and that's what I was told. They gave me antibacterial and told me to take nutritional supplements, which I have, and do the drink and sleep thing, which is why I didn't do any streaming yesterday. So, anyways, enough of that fun. Let's do what we're going to do for tonight. So, I don't think you were here early enough, Dan. We're going to do two things. We're going to overclock this power center, and then we're going to build out the other two oil nodes over here for power. And if we have time and I have energy, we're going to probably come over here and build power. So first off is we have what is currently our main power center here. We're just going to overclock it. You can see our power situation here beforehand. We're producing about 7.5 megawatts, gigawatts, and our max is over 10 gigawatts that we could use, so we're short. My plan is to double production on all the pumps and all of everything. I believe, well, I don't have sloops. I can't do sloop doubling. Not at this point, at least. I do have plenty of shards. So that's what we're planning. So we're doubling that to 240. Doubling this to 240. And this is already 240, so this will be doubling to 480. So that gives us a quote, basically, ultimately, bleh. Sorry, I'm sucking on candy, so if I talk funny, that's why. So, basically all we got to do is just double everything. So we just doubled the output of the oil coming in, and I just realized that updating is not going to matter for those two. Yes, it will, because while 240 will fit in the Mark 1 pipes, maybe pipes. And if we're going to update them, we'll update everything. Once I get to this point, this pipe is 2 times 240, this is 480, and I can't do that in Mark 1, so we need to update everything else here too. Don't actually need to update that going into the machines, but I will, just because. And we need to update this one. Now I need to make sure that there's no stray. Yeah. Make sure there's no stray bits of pipe going around here. Okay. So that should be fine. Make sure we do that. So that all looks good. And then we'll just copy that across to all the others. Make sure that got copied. That means we're also going to be crapping out a lot more. Well, I'm going to have to make sure, let's see, what are we crapping out of polymer? 60 a minute. 60 times 8 is 120 times 4, 240 times 2, 480. Which means I need to upgrade these to Mark 4, maybe Mark 5. Let's see. How far do I need to upgrade them? Mark 4 is fine. Those are already at Mark 4, and those are those, and all that. That is already Mark 4, so that should be good. We're going to have more going to the disposal for the time being. I'll have to look at how we're going to upgrade those. But now we got to upgrade all of this. Originally I was thinking I was just going to take and double the number of units, but I don't have the space to do that. And I do have the shards, so we're just doing the shards. Now we're going to go back through and make sure everything pasted. Are you guys getting echoes, like double copies of the game audio? Should be fine now, but when it gets loud you might be getting double copies. I want to know how that sounds. Is it bad? Is it okay? Because I don't have my headset on, so the speakers or the microphone might pick up the open air audio in addition to the direct stream audio. Coolness. Okay, now because we're getting what, 480 now of the blue stuff. So right now we're taking 60 there, 60 there, 40 there, and 40 there. We can eat a whole lot more than that now. So we're we're going to double these, which still won't eat it all. But 90%, if not all of this output is just going into the sink anyways. We're just doing this to put a higher end product into the sink. Instead of just the raw polymer. Okay, so that's all updated. Ah, good question. Good question. What do we need for water? I mean, I do have plenty of water, but we need 80. So 80 and 80. And 40 and 40. 3 times 8, 24. So we still only need the Mark 1 pipe. It looks to be full. What am I feeding that from here? And you're clocked to 120. We need 20. We need 240. So we'll just pop that up. And that should be good. Oh, Major, I don't know if you were here for all the fun I've had with this, but Dan has been, I think. We've tried 25 different ways to make this all work, both with and without my water neutrality. And I don't know if I did this on my last stream. I don't think so. I think it's been playing with it in between. I've tried everything. I've tried 25 different ways of doing this, both with outside supply and with my water neutral methods. I've used, there's a design out there called priority, some sort of priority input stuff. 240 or 160 watt. So Dan's asking me 240 or 160 on the water for something. And nothing worked. I could get it, it would stay stable for hours, and I'd leave it overnight and it would be locked up in the morning. I tried everything. I even tried, like I was saying, there's a priority, some sort of priority interface that somebody's come up with for prioritizing one input over another in fluids. Tried several versions of that, didn't help. And one thing I had as part of one of those priority things is I had this pigtail with a pipe going down, came down from there down to my input. And while playing with all of that, in one case, something wasn't working, but I was trying various things, and I took out this pipe from there down to the input, leaving this pigtail. And it immediately started working, and has stayed working for the last several days, untouched. I have my suspect as to what the issue is, and if I'm right, then every other water management system I have seen is wrong, including the priority input thing. I need to do some testing before I confirm that, because I find it highly unlikely. However, if I take this pigtail off, it stops. It does not work. If I put this pigtail back, it works. I'm there's something I'm not showing. I'm explicitly not showing you what's in this pipe, what this pipe is doing. But that pipe seems to be doing something that is weird. Water to the other refineries. All three sets of... I'm still not sure what you're asking. This puts out 480. So each of the other refineries takes 160 of the solution. So they all take 160 solution. Two of the three, these first two, are slooped. So they're putting out 160 water. That one and that one are putting out 160 water. This one is only putting out 80 water. It is not slooped. So together that makes 400 water coming back, which is what this wants. So this is completely water neutral. However, before this, every time it would eventually either run dry or hydrolock. And I have no explanation for why it did one time, one the other. Because I have yet to see a good explanation of why the water tower setup supposedly works. And it seems like an awful lot of effort for just putting a freaking pump on the pipe. Why don't you do oh, the four machines aren't 40. Two of them are 80. Two of them are 80. Or two of them are 80. Two of them are 40. That makes 80, 80, 80, which is 240. That is one of several solutions people have suggested, is doing a full external input for water and taking the exhaust water and feeding it to something like coal power, which is an interesting solution I had not considered. But you're right, it could also be fed back to doing processing that blue stuff into rubber and plastic. That would also be an option. But that's more piping and stuff, where just doing it like this keeps it all local, no external piping necessary other than getting it loaded with water to start with. Which to me is about as clean of a system as you're going to get. And this here, with the pigtail, has been working on both that line and this line for like 4 days. So I want to investigate what I think this pigtail is doing. Okay, so that's all doubled. Let's look at our power situation. Oh, so close. We are now generating 11.5. What is this? What is that? One of our machines is unhappy. Something is unhappy. And since I'm coming back over, Dan, here's our machines here. These two that are doing, I think these are doing rubber, are taking 80 per minute water. And that one. But these two doing plastic are only taking 40 per minute. So that makes a third 80, which makes the 240. Okay, so one of these power machines, you know how when using trains, belt stop while the train is filling? Yes. It's like it closes off the buffer interface when you're filling the train. Yes, Major. In my opinion, they went too far when they did the physics on the water. They made it. They tried making it too realistic or too real, differentiating between real and realistic. Realistic is good. I think they went too far towards making it real. However, I have noticed from videos that I watched in the last week, it apparently part of the problem might be that they are apparently only using 8-bit numbers in the water calculations. And that could very well be 90% of the problem. Because if you look, and I'm not going to do it, I understand it, but I don't know if I can explain it. But look at the numbers that show up in the water flow and water capacity and stuff. They are all they're all an 8-bit number, an exact 8-bit number, not like a 16 or 32-bit number. What, Dan? You mean that the scrap output is like waits until it's full before it exhausts, emits, kind of thing? I haven't paid much attention. I know it outputs in batches, but that's the way almost every machine works. Is it does the whole batch and then spits out the whole batch. So which one of these machines is not running 100%? That machine is not running 100%. Are there more than one that are not running 100%? Neither is that one. And I think I know why, but let's... Anyone want to bet this was in the same way? That one's doing better. That one's doing better. That one, okay, so it's the end ones that are being screwed. Well, I'm suspecting, what are we doing output for fuel? Is only 80. So we're doing 80 and 80. So this is 320. Yeah, we're choking because we're putting 320 into a 300 pipe. That's what I thought. Upgrade some pipes here. They should fire up now. Okay, so what you're seeing, if you're describing the same thing I'm seeing, is not unique to aluminum refineries or even to refineries. You're talking about where if you watch a system here, that this will stop for a few seconds every once in a while. Is that what you're referring to? Yep, I have seen it. It's not unique to aluminum or to refineries. I've seen it on a variety of machines, and it's got to be a bug. There's no explanation I can find for it because it is not specific to the otherwise numeric cycles of the machine. And sometimes it does it, and sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, I've seen it on both of these setups. So the fluid and the scrap machines. I've seen it on refineries doing oil. I've seen it on various other machines. It is not unique to the refineries or the aluminum. Yeah, if anything in the first part of the aluminum system gets backed up either on itself or because of a backup out here, the system it won't die right away, but it'll die pretty quick. It'll shut down pretty quick. Um, yeah, that's why if you've been watching my last streams as I've been struggling to build all this, that's why I've always had these out here so that the so that everything gets has a place to go basically. I mean, it also gets me tickets, but I'm at a point where I don't need any more tickets. I believe I've bought everything in the shop. Although I suppose there might be more things once I get to phase 5. So, but at the moment everything's bought, so I don't need the tickets, but I do need a place to dump things to keep things moving. Especially since at the moment I'm not using any of this stuff except out of the depot, and that's just these I think to build Mark V belts. But at the point all of that's running, I can't turn this on or else I blow my fuse, since all of that is one factory. This is the, what do they call it? The it's the coolers. I don't think that's what they call it, but that's what it is. They're radiators or something. But anyways, we got that overclocked. Let's double check power, but it should be stable now. Yep, all stable now except for the waviness from the hydropower. Well, that's what kind of why that I have those buffers here on both sides of the processing up here, and these don't seem to make any difference ultimately. As is running right now, this one stays between 1/2 and 3/4 like it is, and this one will run, I believe, around 1/2. Well, that one's running nice and low. That's why this one over here is full. How's this one running? Okay, so that one's running low, so this one will be around 3/4. Okay, a little lower. So I believe that difference is simply a matter of how much water I put in the system to start with. And I think the reason that this is lower is because I've only got there's only one machine making that stuff, and there's 3 machines that are taking that and turning it back into water. That's my explanation for why that is lower. It doesn't seem to matter. I mean, the whole thing can only operate when both have fluid, so it balances itself out fairly quickly. Yeah, I don't care about all that stuff, but you're right. I need to go and buy all that stuff. Actually, you know what? I think, let me look. Yeah, I only have 5 of the achievements left. What that I need to get? Somewhere it tells what I need yet. Yeah. Save the day. Well, I need to do a little bit more before I can do that one. Efficiency first. Unlock all the milestones. Apparently, according to this, I'm only missing one milestone. I'm pretty sure I have more than that to do. Complete all MAM research trees. I haven't done yet, but that's going to be fairly easy to do, especially if you get the other two. Data driven, gather 100 hard drives. I'm on 78 out of 100. And buying the golden nut, which I have not done. So buying the golden nut is about the only reason at this point to be collecting the stamps. In what location are you saying, Major? Come on. You mean here at my storage for each of the items out here? Because that's what I do have. I have. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about, Major. Okay, we need to go build out there. So now, for those who haven't seen the earlier bits here, we've just overclocked this power center to get the power we need to continue on. And now we're going to come out here to, there's two oil nodes out here that we're going to build off of. So where's my hypertube? What he's saying, Dan, is always plan for that what if. Never plan for it'll never happen. Ask me how I know. No, don't, because then I'll have to do a whole stream about that, and that could get interesting. Okay, so we're back at what is currently named base. This is actually my starter base. That's why we have all the spaghetti, moderately organized spaghetti. We have basic iron and all the basic iron stuff up here. We have steel over there. We have copper up here, and the miscellaneous bits and pieces over here. Dude, I could do a whole frickin' series on why you don't plan based on it'll never happen. So, among other things, one of my hobbies is amateur radio, and I got into amateur radio for emergency communications, and the whole point of amateur radio emergency communications is for those times when things don't follow the it'll never happen rule. Now, in the case of amateur radio, most of the time our emergency communication operations are simply based on weather events such as tornadoes and hurricanes. I can't think of a time that we have been used for off the top of my head, I can't think of a time that amateur radio has been used for anything else. It's, well, okay, not here in the U.S. Amateur radio elsewhere has absolutely been used in times of earthquake and such things, but it's still natural disasters. I can't think of any time it's been used for anything else, because other emergencies, even when they're regional, like massive flooding, are generally not enough to take out other forms of communication, where things like tornadoes and hurricanes and earthquakes easily can take out even the most hardy other communication things, where, and this is the whole point of amateur radio isn't based on fixed locations. Those of us who are prepared for such things, which isn't everybody, a lot of amateur radio people are just treated as the hobby it is, but there's a fair portion of us who treat it as the emergency communication that it is, which is what it exists for. And those of us who are prepared for such, we are set up with what most people call go bags, which include radios, antennas, and all the other stuff, where we can go set up anywhere and set up communication to more or less anywhere. There are restrictions both in terms of the license and in terms of atmospheric conditions and what particular antennas we have and so on there, but that's why you carry as much as you can. But so we can set up and make communications from point A to point B, where after a big disaster like that, your regular services, even government services, simply can't. They might be able to outside of that area. We can set up communication. We can go into that area. An example is if you were around for Hurricane Katrina in the southern U.S. 20 years ago. Nothing else but us were able to do initially communication inside that area, as far as I know. I could be wrong, but as far as I know, only amateurs had communication for the most part within that area. Now that was quickly fixed, and in fact I was part of that. Wireless networking and other means were used to get communication into that area, but initially, during and right after, it was just amateur radio, as far as I know. Now, we don't get involved in like your police and fire and all that communication. We do health and welfare. So, we would be in a place where people that need rescued or other forms of help can come to us, and we can get those requirements out to regular emergency services outside the area, saying we need these resources. Anyways, enough about that. I need to get whatever I need to get here and go out to the other site. And I don't think I need... Do I even need anything? I can dump a couple of things out of my inventory. But everything else is in... I mean, everything... I have everything stuck into the depot, so... I shouldn't need to take anything out there at all, other than my brain. That could be a problem. I'm not sure I can get that out there. So let's head out there. Figure out how I'm going to do this. And well, I'm right. Hey, not the key I pressed. How many blocks do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Ugh. Yeah, I'm not building here. We're going to have to build this power plant down there, I think. Either that or up above, but I think we will build down there. How much we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whoops. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, wait a minute. What did I say? There's 11 the other way? And we got 8 this way? All I need is 10 by, so I can do... Well, I'm not going to have room to process those up here, just not. If I had that recipe, yes, I do not. Yeah, there's no way I have room right here to process those two things. However, speaking of alternate recipes, do I have a MAM sitting here somewhere? Seems like I set up a mini base over here somewhere. But I'm not seeing one. Come on, give me a place to build a MAM. I don't care whether it is, I'll put it on top of something. Library. I don't know if that one's any good or not. If you guys see one of these that's particularly good for one reason or another, let me know, because these are the ones that are sitting here are ones that I have not seen a use for. Noted I haven't looked at any of them particularly, but they're not ones that I have known from other experience to be good. Diluted packaged fuel is supposed to be good. Looks to me like it takes in a couple extra steps. But I'm assuming that means that the rate here is specifically better. Heavy oil and pre-bottled water. Is it good because we get we're only using one heavy oil to get 60 packaged fuel? Is that why it's so good? Oh, this one? That's not diluted fuel. He was saying diluted fuel. What ones are we talking about here? I'm confused. Okay, so both this diluted fuel and this heavy oil are good. And I'm guessing because of this one looks like maybe because of the ratio and the speed. I don't know these numbers in my head in detail, but this looks like this might be better than the usual one, significantly even possibly. And this, at least, looks radically more than the normal fuel ratio from heavy oil. So yeah, like I can see where that both of these are good. Why does it do that? Let me stay in the thing to select other recipes. Cripes. That's really, really annoying. Oh, right about. So here's another one that I've wondered about. The only problem here I see is the compressed coal, which I haven't looked into, but doesn't seem too bad to do. And in fact, for that matter, would it be viable to do in this location for these two oil things? I don't know. Is there coal around here? Let's see. There is not. There is no coal handy here. The only coal anywhere in the area is down there. So yeah, that one ain't gonna work here well. Turbo fuel good. I'm assuming you're saying it's a good recipe, not that it's good for use in this particular spot. I thought I saw someone doing that, taking a machine and switching it from black powder to compacted coal. So Major, you're saying this is a good recipe to grab, this turbo fuel? I really hate YouTube's delay. We'll leave it for the time being then. We got a steel ingot, fused wire. Fused wire looks to be good if you have a good supply of deuterium in the same area where you're doing your wire. I mean, you get quite a speed increase there, but you got to have the deuterium in the area to do it. Fused bad. Okay. And see, this is why I haven't actually done any looking into any of these. The ones that I've looked at are just instinct or prior experience. From what I've seen, most of your alternate recipes, the ones that are quote quote good, most of them that are quote quote good are based on specific situations, not a general this is good in general. So like the fused wire, and I'll take your word for it, but to me it looks like it would be good if you're doing a wire in an area where you have a supply of deuterium. Otherwise, probably not. Copper rotor, I mean, you get a much faster rate of rotors, but you got a lot more work, and you're using a crap load of screws that are needed everywhere else. Rubber concrete, maybe if you have plenty of rubber handy for near your concrete factory. Silica, I don't need it any cheaper. Tempered copper ingot, then you got your coke, which is a lot more work. Yeah, that's the thing with a lot of the alternate recipes I see. They seem to give you better numbers, but extra work. Steel screws. Now, I've heard that this is good. Holy crap. Is that actually as good as it looks? And then we have insulated cable and electrode circuit board. And we're back to petroleum coke, so that's a late game thing to use that. Ah, that kind of makes sense. Steel screws mainly for heavy modular frames, that makes sense. So there's a recipe if you need a lot of the polymer resin instead of the heavy oil. Iron alloy ingot. I know the pure ingots are good if you have water, and that's what I'm actually using for something. I don't know about the alloy ingots. I think I have used them in a different run, but I believe that was in my multiplayer game where I was told, here's the recipe you want to use. Stitched iron plate. I remember, oh, down there. The electrode circuit board matches with the alternate for computers, so I'm going to read that as remember that and keep this around if I find that other alternate. Polymer resin, crystal alternate, steel frame, stitched iron plate, good to have for again, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head for the original recipe, but that doesn't look overly, I'm not seeing the big gain here. Cast screws I've always also heard is good. Stitched iron plate. Ah, see, this is what I mean by if you have certain conditions, or in this case certain combinations. I see, because then you can make no. Oh yeah, if you have the iron wire, then you can do the whole thing, the reinforced plate with just iron and without screws, which would definitely be a boon. I don't believe I have iron wire already or sitting in here anywhere. I don't think I've seen. Oh, there's iron wire right there. So we'll see how that compares when we get down there. Cast screws. Iron pipe I have seen. I might already have it. Let's look at what I have. Dum 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 dum. Nope, not in there. We'd have to go here. Oh, wait a minute. We want to do, I have to do this. So we've got the pure, I think I've got all 3 pures, or 4, or whatever. Iron plate, iron rod. That's the only alternate iron I have there. Iron plate. I do have the reinforced iron plate. Or no, that's the standard. That's one I had to get. I need to implement that one yet, but for reinforced, I don't have any alternates by the looks of it yet. Yep, I remember hearing people screaming about the cast screws. It eliminates a step and apparently is a good output number. Did we see that I already had the iron wire? Didn't notice. I was looking for something else. Nope, there's the iron wire. Is it still better than the quick wire stator? So there's the iron wire and the stitched iron plate. Yeah, that's something else I've seen in a lot of the alternates, is they use what appear to be weird numbers, but if you think about them in the right way, they're not as weird as they appear. And that seems to be a case with a lot of the later game numbers, too, that look like how in crap does that work into anything, but if you think about it the right, they do. Everything seems to be a factor, a nice clean factor of something. Steel screws. Insulated cable, electrode, we went through some of those. Insulated crystal. Cast, didn't I just grab cast screws? I thought I just grabbed that. That's the one you guys, yeah. I thought I just grabbed that. Did I grab the wrong thing? Insulated crystal oscillator, voltage frame. Crystal computer, deuterium circuit board. Now I've used that one, and I think I used it along with this one because when I built in the multiplayer game, I built a supercomputer factory that was everything was Caterium. There's a place on the map where there is a holy buttload of Caterium. I'm going to guess you guys know where I'm talking about. and I used most of it, maybe all of it. Because we were using all of the alternate, I don't know about all of them, but we were using Caterium this and Caterium that to do that. And I did the whole thing. It was everything from scratch to do everything up to computer and supercomputer all in one place, and just about everything was based off of Caterium. That, and I think I was using half of the rubber and plastic that was on the other players had to expand either rubber or plastic to just for me. They were not happy. They were the ones that asked me to build the factory. I mean, hey, you asked me to build this. And in fact, that factory is in my, if you look at my playlists, that is my playlist with Drunken Dragon Gaming. And there's several episodes of Computer Factory in there. There's supercomputers. Make sure you look for supercomputers, because there's later in the series there's a massive computer factory separate from that. Crystal computer, Caterium circuit board, adhered iron plate, pure crystal. I'm going to guess pure crystal is a good one to have, although I haven't needed it yet. Maybe I'll need it later. Plastic AI limiter, heavy flexible frame. Recycled rubber. See, I don't know the regular recipes enough to compare off the top of my head of some of these. That's another one of the alloys. Aluminum rod looks like it could be interesting later in the game. Bio coal might be handy if you're desperate for coal in early game. Iron pipe, steel rod. One of you guys mentioned iron pipe earlier. Why would I use this? Although that number looks good. Flexible frame. Using a wholly awful lot of screws. And you're not getting very many. That does not look like a good recipe off the top of my head. Am I wrong? My impression is that's not good. Don't have a stroke. Don't have a stroke, Dan. I'm going to take that as meaning iron pipe is good. That one. Looks like a lot of iron, but we're skipping a whole stage and at a decent rate. Yeah, I can see that being good. I think Dan is wanting me to look at the math of how it would work. Where are we? Nope, we weren't that far down. Where's that heavy flexible frame? 104 screws, which would be 52 or 26 if you're breaking it down. Neither sounds familiar. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, is most of the alt recipes are combination specific to be useful. Either combination specific or situational specific, aka this is good if you're in this situation, but otherwise not particularly. Well, I'm not sure, Dan, what you wanted me to look at. You said the number of screws, but I'm not sure why. Not the right frame recipes. There's another flexible frame recipe in here. That's not flexible frame, that's modular frame. Okay, yeah, that's heavy frame, heavy modular. That's regular modular. That one doesn't use screws. You were saying, I'm confused. Dan, I'm confused. I like YouTube, but I really hate the 30-second delay. It makes interactive chat really awkward. And I have mine on low latency even. Let me see if just a minute. I'm gonna see if I can. I'll bet I can't change it with the stream going. Somewhere there is yeah, I can't change it. I have mine, there's normal low and ultra low stream latency settings. I have mine set to low, but I'm not ultra low. I'll have to try ultra low sometime, because I think my we'll see how my have to see how my ISP handles it. I should be able to do it. Okay, we'll keep scanning. Voltage frame, Criterion computer, which I was commenting on. Crystal computer, Criterion circuit board. Adhered iron plate, pure crystal. Is pure crystal good? The other Pure X recipes seem to be pretty good. And in fact, I'm using those somewhere. I think that's what I'm using for the copper I'm feeding to aluminum. Main problem with the Pure recipes is they take the big ass refineries to do. Plastic AI limiter. Yeah, I don't haven't seen a use for that much excess in crystal. I mean, there is sufficient crystal on the map, as far as I've gotten in the game at least, that I have not seen a particular demand for it yet. That may change, because as far as playing by myself, where I am in the game is as far as I've ever gotten. I've been into the beginning of Phase 5 on the multiplayer game, but I've not been that far on my own. So doing this all myself and figuring this stuff out with limited help from YouTube, like right now, is as far as I've gotten in the game. And both of you know that I don't want any help unless I'm asking for it, and in this case I have asked for it. I don't have crystal going anywhere but to the depot. The only crystal mine I have is this here. And in fact, this one here, I don't know if you I think Dan saw it at least. I don't know if Major's seen it. And bringing this belt all the way down here, that was, what was that for? That was for something specific. Oh, that was going to be the silica for aluminum. And then I got the alternate recipes that didn't need the silica. So that whole belt and that whole mine are pointless. And this mine just puts it into the depot. And that's the only crystal I have. So back to recipes. Adhered iron plate, plastic AI limiter, recycled rubber, copper alloy, aluminum rod biocoal, steel canister, steamed copper. I have seen someone else use steamed copper. I am not seeing the value of it. Solid steel ingot. So what are we doing? We're taking iron ingots instead of iron ore? I don't see how. I guess this is the advantage of that recipe in theory. So instead of the ingot to casing, I throw more copper into there too. Just what I need in my aluminum factory. This is good. How is this good? It looks like I have to throw an extra step in. I have to turn it into an ingot first instead of just using the ore to get the steel ingot. I'm assuming this is what makes it good. An extra step, but a whole lot more output. Yeah. So I can see that one. Basic iron using concrete in it. Again, I think to me that's one where if you have that resource handy and aren't doing anything with it, sure. How is this different than... Oh, the normal recipe uses the beam instead of the pipe. This is using the pipe to do it. And I don't know what the reusable numbers are, but that looks... At one output, that doesn't look like a big advantage. Unless I have an excess of steel this is good? Why? What makes this good? What makes this one good? It looks to me like you're just substituting beams for I don't want what it's used in. I want the alternate recipes. I guess it doesn't matter until I actually get them. Wanted to compare. Where are we? Nope, we're not that far down. We were looking at this. Why is it so good to use the pipe instead of the normal recipe that's beams? No, again, I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know the base numbers for making beams and pipes. I know they're not the same. And I don't off the top of my head know the base recipe for the encased, although I know it's normally uses beams. Okay, so this is better because it's using a resource that's easier to get at a higher speed and yada yada. Okay, that makes sense. See, that's what I want, is not just this is a good recipe, but why is it good? So I understand why I'm doing this, not just this is what you should do. Now, some of those that you mentioned are ones that I've already suspected are good or have heard that are good, but didn't really know. This one, okay, explain it to me kind of thing. Okay, so we'll go with that. Doug, there are so many things about the UI in this game that... Ish. So where were we? Somewhere right in here. Fine concrete I have heard is good, but looks to me like you'd have it's one of those situational things if you have an excess of silica handy. Does look like nice output rates though. But I already have wet concrete, so fine black powder. What's the difference from regular output rate? Or are we using compacted coal? So you got an extra step in there for presumably a better output rate. Makes sense. To focus steel production on beams and not waste those beams on encased. There's deuterium wire, which I think was referenced in, or I think one of you guys said something about it in one of the no, it was iron wire. The one you guys said. I think I have used this before on that multiplayer world, though. I was looking at this when I was looking at alternate recipes for the aluminum, but I don't have and didn't want to fuss with petroleum coke. As compared to molded steel pipe, So you guys make it sound like this is probably a situational thing, not a it is good in and of itself. It's a situational thing. Yeah, if you have a lot of these Caterium things are, if you have the Caterium handy, I mean, look at that rate. That's a good rate. But it's, do you have the Caterium handy? Electrode scrap, flexible framework. To me, the flexible framework, you need a manufacturer to do that, and that just takes. I don't see the advantage in it. I don't think you need the. I don't think you need a manufacturer for the main, whatever the main name for that framework is. This one, the electrode scrap. I really should read your name and comments on scenes on script, so those who aren't looking at the chat know what I'm talking about. But I just can't remind myself to do that. So per my last comment, audibly, Dan is saying that's the recipe he's using for his aluminum plates. Yeah, that's what I thought, Dan. And that's Dan says just assembler for basic. He's responding to my comment about thinking this is about this needing the manufacturer for this recipe, which to me takes any usefulness it has and throws it away compared to the regular. It's probably a faster rate, but you need a machine that's twice as big as the other one. But again, it's a balance of what do you need versus what do you have. So in some cases, this may be wonderful. Well, it might have been one of you guys. I don't know who told me, but someone told me that my aluminum factory, as I have it, which you guys have seen, is more than I should need for the rest of the game. Do you guys agree with that? AKA, whoever told me said that I'm way overproducing what I need for aluminum. I believe I have blenders available. Let's see. Yes, I do have blenders available at this point. I have unlocked those. I have never used them. I have never used them myself. I have seen them used. The other guys in the multiplayer used them extensively for the fuel stuff. I don't know anything about them. Going back down, where were we? We were somewhere right in here. Molded steel pipe, Caterium wire, Caterium wire in debate, electrode scrap, flexible framework, Dan says, I get all I can use for belts off of 20 fuel left over from a power plant. How are you using leftover fuel to get something or other for belts? I'm assuming aluminum scrap. That's what you're doing this here? Aluminum solution. Oh, you're referring to the petroleum coke. You're getting all the petroleum coke you need. Is that what you're telling me? To use for this recipe out of the leftover fuel? Is that what you're talking about? Well, see, Major, watch me the rest of the playthrough. Overbuilding is my name. Over engineering is me. But also, in this case, is the big aluminum plant. My thing has been, and it's partly because I don't know what I'm going to need, other than the game always wants more. Is that is what the whatever the ore is for the aluminum. That's the ore I had, and I was building based on what the ore could provide and what I could make out of it. So that's what determined the size of the factory, was what the resource was. Did I overbuild? Okay, fine. As far as I know, there's nothing else you use that ore for, so I can't see where that's a bad thing other than the time and space that I took to do it. Okay, so to make this useful, you're using the leftover fuel from a power plant to make this, in the same way that I am using that fuel. I'm burning that fuel off over, come on, in basically the same way that I am using the leftover fuel here to run 2 power generators over here, just to burn off that extra fuel, and you're using that fuel to make that coke. So again, it goes back to how some of these are worthwhile when you're in that particular situation. Electrode scrap. Oh, that one. I was looking through the rest of the recipes, and I'm not seeing a diluted fuel recipe. What is he talking about? I see it now. I don't see how that one is of any use. I really don't. Or that one. How is this one different than... Alright, there's one up here somewhere, or did I take it? There's another version of... Oh, that was like ingots and wire, a stitched iron plate. Or something like that was the other one. Alright, let's come down here. Fused quartz, charcoal, and don't see a need for anything special for quartz. Bleached iron, looks like something that's in the game, may or may not be. Those numbers look really good, but that with the whatever this is, sulfuric acid, I'm guessing. Looks like a definite in-game thing. I'm wondering, again, guys, so no spoiler here. I have not dealt with, either in the multiplayer game or myself, I've not dealt with nuclear, so I don't know this, so don't tell me. But this looks like something that might be a way to deal with excess from nuclear processing to me. That's what this looks like to me. I don't know, don't tell me. Diluted fuel. 5, 10, so if you have water, which all of the oil I'm aware of has water available to it, gives you 10 fuel, And again, I don't remember offhand what the basic fuel recipe is here, but I know that that's a whole lot more than normal. So yeah, that looks like it might possibly be useful, especially considering we're supposed to be doing power tonight. So that looks like we might be something we're going to use. Oh, I wasn't arguing about taking it. I knew there was such a recipe in here from other videos, and I need to take a break, guys. I will be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Alright, we're mostly back as I clean up my dishes here from having a snack. Not sure if that was a good idea. Eating sweets, and then the drink I have in front of me is strong lemonade. Not sure how well that's going to go. So do we have any more recipes here? We took the blended fuel. Do any of the rest of these here look particularly good? Or is there any you remember up above that I didn't take that I probably should? Oh boy. Yep, that was a bad idea. Sweets and tart lemonade are not friends. Wow. Ah. Yep. Oh, that should kill that virus. Well, while I wait for those guys to come back, let's look into where we're going to build this out. I don't see anything else out here in the way. There's no resources sitting on the level out here. So I can just take and run out of power out here. Well, it's not like they're going to go away. They'll be there later. So right now, we're just going to build this power grid out here so I can fly around for building. Yeah. Come on. Grab it. Come on. There we go. And we'll go back up to that one. Okay, so we have 2 oil nodes here. I believe these are both normal. Okay. And that will give us now these. Okay, we're back to don't tell me anything I don't ask for, guys, because this is, I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know these numbers. We'll just put them here for the moment. I can move them. So base 120, and I'm going to lean away from overclocking for the moment. I got plenty if I need it. So using base numbers 120, 240 together. How this blender thing work. We would need water though. I can... here's something, guys. The map says there's water here. The reality of the game says otherwise. There is no water here. There's a couple of like fountain pools, but nothing you could put nothing that looks like this. It's like there's a pool here and a pool over here or something, but not like this. But this appears to be what the official map, and there is not water there. So it looks like the nearest water I could pull from would be this river here. Or maybe that lake up there. Or possibly, well, this would be easier, but it looks like there's some water up there. Water over there. There's no water I can use there. Okay, what's the blender look like? Diluted fuel. So 50 heavy oil. So we need to do 100 water. So a buttload of water. And heavy oil. So that means we need to go through a blender or a refinery. We can do 30 to 10 with a byproduct. 30 to 20 with a byproduct. 30 to 20 with a different, 30 to 40 with a byproduct. That looks to be the best deal on that one. So definitely that would be the recipe to take for this. And then we can do other things with the polymer. Anyone disagree as to using this as our getting our heavy residue? Not this one. Of the recipes I have available, that looks by far the best to get the residue. Am I missing something? Ah, behind. Specify which one, but I'm guessing it's the polymer that you like. Because otherwise we've got 30 to 10, 30 to 20, and 30 to 40 with the polymer. See, polymer one seems to be by far the preferred one here for our purposes. Oh, I didn't even realize that was an alternate. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that gives us by far the most output for input. And we're going to be, at least initially, we're just going to be disposing of any of the three extras anyways. We may come back and do other things with the polymer later. Okay, that doesn't have a recipe. We've got our picked recipe here. This wants 50 heavy oil. So basically we'd have to do 5 of those to get to a point where we can factor back down easily. But we're going to be, without overclocking, we're doing 120, which is 4 of these or ultimately 8 of these for between the 2 pumps, the 2 oil nodes. There's another one over here. So between 2 oil nodes would have, with basic numbers, we feed 8 of these. 4 times 8, 16, 320. That doesn't feed into 50 a minute. So what are we tweaking to get numbers to match nicely? And assuming we overclock something, presumably the original pump. So we feed 5 refineries. Okay. So doing this, we at base numbers, we have 120 per minute each here. So that feeds, each of those feed 4 of these at base, and I'm just going over it again, Dan. Feeds 4 of these, which gives us, each of those feeds 4 of these, which gives us 160 or 320 total. 300 goes into a Mark 1 pipe, but also matches, gives us a 50 for here, times 6. With 20 left over, which Dan suggested is he uses to make I forget what it's called, but it's one of the oil byproduct things that he used in one of the other recipes. Which we can use that, or we can dump it, or there's a million other things you can do with a few extra pieces of fuel. Now let's see, it'd be heavy oil residue. Well, there's a lot of things you can do with a bit of extra heavy oil too. So it's something we can easily do things with. Okay, so that means we need 8 refineries and 12 blenders, right? And then we need let's see, we're feeding, each of those is feeding 4 refineries, so that's 8 refineries. Eight refineries makes 320 heavy oil, which will feed 6 and change blenders, which in turn will fuel I don't know how it considers that level ground to build on. crap. This either takes 10 or 20, I forget which. I think 20. Which would mean good grief. If it takes 20, that's 5 of those for each of the 6 blenders. That's 30 fuel generators. That's 15. That alone, at base numbers, will double my power capacity from stream start. Those 30 will build at they're 250 meg each, so that'll be 7,500 megawatts, which is what I started the stream at as my production. That'll be nice. Not what I expected to get out of these 2 oil nodes. Yeah, we'll worry about overclocking things later. But you know what this means? This means after we build this, we need to go back to the other one and replan the other one. The one we just overclocked. Okay, so for for 8 blenders, or let's go per set, 4 blenders and 4 refineries, 6 blenders times 2. Blender looks like it has a fairly similar side footprint to the refinery. Needless to say, just figuring out how I'm going to build this. Oh, that also means that I need to figure out how to get, oh, that also nicely matches the $50 per minute, but 100 water. So we were using 300 heavy oil, but we want 600 water. So that means we need 2 Mark II pipes of water. Please limit comments like that. I really prefer not to know how others do this. I want to figure out my own. So we're not feeding any solids, just pipes. We're feeding the pipes from this and also pipes from water, which need to come from, we need 2 600 pipes, which we should be able to get from the river here without any trouble. What is this? Geysers we need to put up there. We could go around here, but there's other stuff up there that's going to want water probably if we go up there and do anything. There's nothing here to use water unless we do wet concrete. And there's oil up there, but that looks like fun to get to, and so on. And I know from prior experience, I'm not familiar with the area, but I know there is a lot more oil up there. So that'll be a later game power thing, I assume, unless I need other oil products. But I'm assuming that'll be primarily a fuel power thing ultimately up there. So where's this river? That would be down there by the looks of it. Not too bad. We can get to that. But I'm going to need a buttload of space for... That's the first time that I can think of that I have seen the minis and the biggies next to each other. I did not realize there was that much actual physical scale. Holy crap. Well, that explains why the big ones take so many more hits. Let's see what we're looking at for water down here. Don't worry about it, Dan. No problem here. Just for reference. I would say we should be able to put 2. Well, that water's actually moving pretty serious like. Can I get rid of some rocks? Coolness. How about down there? Alright, should be plenty of room to throw 2 water extractors in here, if I'm careful. How picky is it going to be? So let's say we throw 1 in there. And 1 in there. And, well, it wasn't the reason okay, go away. It wasn't the reason that I brought the power over here, but we kind of do need to power these things, I suppose. And then we need to, let's see. Yeah, pretty much follow the power line back that direction. Let's do that's not what I pushed. At least not what I thought I pushed or intended to push or whatever you want to call it. Let's do this to start with. Now I want to do that. Yeah, acceptable. Works for me. I'm not going to drag them back at the moment. I want to figure out how we're going to lay things out here first. Do believe I am going to get rid of those guys first. I need two times 600. You're right, I'm going to need a couple of more pumps, aren't I? And yes, that is the way I would like you to draw my attention to such things. Because each of those pumps, even if I max overclock, I'm going to need at least 2 more pumps, won't I? Yeah, that is precisely the way I would like to have my attention drawn to such things. Point out what I need to think about, what not to, specifically what to do. Well, I'm pretty sure. Let's go back here and check. But that's what the numbers I thought said. Let's go look again. When you're up higher, this feels really slow. Let's look and do the math again. We have 8 of those. Okay, stop there, Dan. I know where I need to look. We have 6. We have 8 of those per, yeah, 120, 30, 120 out, 30 here, 4, refineries each. 120 out, 30 in, 4 each, 8 total, 40 out, times 4 is 60, or is 160, or 320 total. Okay, been working on wrong numbers somewhere, because this is using all base numbers. This is 4 refineries per extractor. 120 per minute would be 4 times 30, so a total of 8 refineries doing 40. 4 times 8 is going to be 160, 320 total, not per line. 320 total will be 6 of these total, which means 600 water total. Right, Dan? Without any overclocking anywhere. I think the numbers, the reason I was going twice that from the numbers is with the idea of doubling the extractors. Which gives you your biggest gain is at the beginning. If we double the extractors, that would give us 8 refineries each lane, if you wish, off of each base well, and 6 blenders off of each well. And which means, good grief, 30 power generators off of each well. I think I'm going to need some concrete out here, right? So if I double the base, I do need those two 600 lines. But I'm going to need a little bit of concrete out here. Yep, 15K is what it would be, because the 30 is 750 or 7,500, which would make 15 total, which is literally doubling what I currently have. More than doubling what I currently have. All right, my inclination is to, start paving at this level here, over this entire area here. But first, I think I'm going to do some designing here. These will sit in groups of 4. So I can blueprint those. And I've even got a blueprint already that I can start with. Have to make some modifications. Might have 2 blueprints. We'll see. Yes, if I turned that extra 20, just turn that into power and put another power unit on it. Instead of turning it into this or that. Blenders are too big to do anything but one of them on a blueprint. But what I'm looking at here is how to, because I've got to run two liquids into this blender. So I do think I want to, and with all of them I'm going to make, I do want to make a blueprint for that. So time to do some blueprinting. Looks like a nice level area out here. Now let's drop a, hey, it works, hot dog. So I have a, yes, I agree. Having a little bit of flexibility that you can do. I mean, a lot of the recipes and stuff, you can do a million different ways, but but you're always, that extra stuff, you're limited as to what you can do with it. Usually it's dump it in a, if you're not going to use that extra, you dump it in the store thing, the whatever it is. In this case, you got like 8 different things you can do with that extra little bit of fuel or heavy oil or wherever the extra is. So yeah, that is a nice way to have it. I know your reference. Or at least the base reference. I'll have to think about that a minute. What am I looking for out here? I was looking for something on the map, but I don't know what. Which is usually the case. What was I trying to figure out? I hate that. Go away. Don't need you. Oh, I know what it was. I made a oh cool comment. I have a mod in here somewhere. Yeah, you guys would have seen it here. One of the things that has annoyed me about the game is that your build gun will, and the workshop and the tool bench all will automatically grab whatever it needs from the depot, but your weapons can't. And I'm sorry, if the technology is available for your build gun, why not the weapon? And there is a mod which allows you to have selected items. Well, here I can build one up here so to show you. We'll build one here. I've already got one back at base we can build one here. And this is just a configuration bench. Allows you to set any item to automatically keep that many of that item in your inventory if it's available in the depot. So I have fuel for my jetpack and explosive rebar for my gun, set to automatically keep that many in my inventory refilled from the depot without me having to constantly, when I'm fighting or what have you, without me having to go back to my my inventory and make sure I have enough jetpack fuel or enough ammo or whatever. It keeps 100 in my inventory. If you watch the right hand side of the or the left hand side of the screen, when I fire this, when I reload. Oh, now it's not going to do it, huh? Huh? I watched you do it last. There we go. It takes it a minute. It must scan only every period. So it just went and grabbed another one rebar from the depot and stuck back in my base inventory. That was the first time I've seen it actually do it. Now that particular mod, you can do that with any item, and there's a point with mods like that where some things make sense and some things don't. So these are the only two things that I'm using it for, because to me it makes sense that I'd be able to keep my weapons filled from the depot, just like the build gun can get stuff from the depot. Having other things auto-fill to my inventory seems not quite as keeping with the game. Anyways, blueprinting. Put the gun away. Blueprint. Actually, we're going to start with blueprint 1. Actually, I'm going to build both of them out here because we're going to want both of them. Oh, come on. Really? Dum 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 dum. One of these days I'll actually build a computer plant. No, 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 no. Don't hide those. What do I need for computer? I need circuit boards. I need 20 computers, so I need 80 circuit boards. Oh good, I can build a few of them. Ding, 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 ding. We're all going to be hearing that all night, aren't we? In our nightmares. Bad part here is making all the circuit boards is going to eat all the plastic that I believe the computer also wants. Although I do have the plastic upload to the depot, double speed at this point. And I have, if all else fails, the plastic is being made like just over my shoulder, so. I don't want to talk about building a computer factory. Thank you very much. Go watch the videos I referenced earlier. Not quite as annoying as aluminum was, but maybe more so in different ways. Okay, that's all the circuit boards I need. You can't do creative mode on the whatever boxes, the consoles. Words. I know words. Really, seriously, I do know words. All right. Nope, I can't do that yet. I need to do some build the computers, dummy. Somewhere is computer. Where's computer? Where's computer? There it is. Do what? What did I miss? Build Computer Factory. Thank you very much. I've done it. Like I said, go watch those other videos. Rebuild, rebuild, rinse, repeat. No thank you. I mean, I shouldn't have to rebuild 20 times now. I've done it enough. I know how to do it. I know how to organize the belts and so on and so forth, but yeesh. Actually, well, that's all I need for the moment, but you know, I'm going to need them sooner or later. Ah. Well, the blueprints aren't actually transferred between saves on the computer either, but we do have the ability of copying them manually, where I'm guessing that you can't do that on the console at all. Which makes sense because of the way consoles aren't set up with the hard drives and an interface to the hard drives that you can normally do anything with. So, all right, somewhere in here I have a chainsaw. Hope I didn't put a scratch on the blueprint maker. Alright, so why normally when you're flying you have a fairly long reach for things. This looks like an awful short reach. Okay, load blueprint. I believe I have single refinery. And this was the most compact way I came up with to do a single refinery, other than, or at least on above foundations. So you could do a little bit more compact if you put either one below the below grade, so to speak. The water has to be out this far in order to clear the up thing there, and still the items going through are still going to clip through the pipe, doing it this way. The other option is to put one or the other solid or liquid underground, under grade, which is fine. And part of why I'm looking at this, because if I start building out or building foundation at this level, I will have a little bit of underside to work with. So I'm just debating whether I want to make another thing and do it that way. I think I'm not going to. I think I'm going to keep this like it is. But it also is what I wanted to check on, so I can now use that blueprint to make What kind of bullshit are you talking about? Just plant yourself next to the one that's there. Thank you very much. There we go. Did it line up? Yes. So this will be the same as what I have for the making oil blueprint, except that with the aluminum, well, actually the aluminum and the oil over there. No, I'm not doing it for the oil over there, because the oil has 2 one way and 2 the other. Aluminum is one way and 3 the other. This one will have them all the same direction. This one is going to be all see, now I have the question is, do I want to make this a generic blueprint, or do I want to make this a specific blueprint? And I think I will probably do both. So first we will make this a generic blueprint with that's what I was thinking. Yep, because that doesn't line up directly. We're going to leave that open. I ran out of power! Power! I need more power! Why are... Oh. You'll notice that on this side, the water is on the inside of the rail here, where on this side, the water or fluid is on the outside of the vertical rail. I had not realized this before. I had always thought, I had noticed that there's a difference of where this pole is placed. under different circumstances, but I had not been able to identify what determined where this thing went. This thing is always on the side. Okay, there's still one thing I'm not certain of. It is either on the side where the input comes in, so this is the input coming in, or it is opposite the side of the output. I'm not sure what will happen if you turn one end to 90 degrees, which one it goes with. But when it's like this, it is always either opposite the output or, actually I'm pretty sure it's opposite the output. Might be on the same side as the input, but I'm pretty sure it's opposite the output. Well, there's a fly mode in game. Don't need a mod, but that disables the achievements. And in some of the playthroughs I have, I do use that. You don't need any more power, but also you don't have the coasting effect that this has that is really annoying at times. And I do mean really annoying at times. Okay, we'll leave that without the ends, and then the ends we can connect after placing blueprints. And I don't want to place, as a generic, I don't want to place the caps on these and belts, because that then specifies a particular direction, and I don't want to do that. So I think we're going to stick with that there as a generic. So it always goes with the output side. Okay, cool. What do we call this? I need to come up with a good naming scheme for blueprints, and I haven't done that yet. This is refineries times 4. With connections. And then we're going to put our recipes in here. Okay, now I can, in theory, I can overclock these and reduce how many I need. Which makes sense because I've already overclocked the extractor to the same amount I would be overclocking these, so I can't, it's not like I'm going to run into the problem of I've overclocked the second stage and Then when I can later overclock or otherwise upgrade the first stage, I can't overclock the second stage to match, so I have to actually add more machines at that point, which defeats the whole purpose of the original overclocking. Did that make sense to anyone else? So it makes sense to, I would do the overclocking after the fact. I'm not going to do the overclocking in the blueprint. But I think that I will overclock these to reduce the number I need to build. I don't think I'm going to overclock the fuel generators, because that's a lot of I mean, I have a lot of shards, but that's going to use a lot of shards. What, 60 shards? If I did my quick math right? Because it's 30 per side. If I'm doubling it, it halves that to 30 total. But that would be 60 shards total. And while I have that, that's 60 shards I can use elsewhere. There's no need to overclock these. I can just build them. Overclocking doesn't gain me any power, it just reduces my count in this case. The only place here that overclocking gains me additional juice is the first stage. Now if I was looping, that'd be a different story, but I only have 6 loops total to spare at the moment. Might need to go hunting for some. Okay, so I think doesn't it take more input to the power plants? Slooping in the power plants yeah, I still gotta feed it. It's not free power. To Dan, overclocking the power plant means I need twice the input to get twice the output. I don't see where it's free unless I sloop it. It just reduces the count I need to build. And I see what you mean. Yes, it doesn't cost me any power. Correct. Yeah, Major, I'm assuming you're referring to my comment about the only place I'm really making a gain overclocking here is the stage 1, pulling it out of the ground. And yeah, that's where it makes the most difference, even if you are making by whatever recipe or whatever, even if you are making a gain by a actual product gain by overclocking, it doesn't matter as much later in the game as it does at the first stage. Not later in the game, later in the manufacturing. Nothing like getting sidetracked. Okay. In this case, we're not doing, oh yeah, we are doing the polymer. So I've got to get rid of the polymer. I still don't want to put belts on here because until I build it, I have no idea what direction I want that to go. So we're Still not going to put belts on this. We don't need any other solid inputs, so I could technically, which way does this go? It goes that way. I could technically remove these. Yeah, I will, because we don't need these. And you know what? Where is this? We are changing this. Or at least we're going to think about it. Because if you're paying attention earlier, this, I probably don't have that line sideways right, but doesn't matter. You can see is half and half on my, where I have my thing. And that thing is half and half because that's how it fits through there without having to put that up too high. So my only option to make this line up vertically with this, or the first or second one, either one, well, it would have to be, if I put it down one, I can't bend the pipe that close. If I put it up, yes, I can adjust the height that way, but that's not the problem. The problem is if I put it up to where it matches with this, then it hits this, and I would have to put this up higher. And I was trying to avoid that, was the idea of why I put it where I did. Yes, overclocking at the power end doesn't help any. You got to be able to feed it. You don't gain anything there except machine count. I really wish this lined up with those, but I don't want to put that up any higher. And at this point, I don't want to make it so either one is underground, although I will probably make a blueprint for that one way or the other. Actually, I'll probably eventually make a blueprint with each, two more blueprints, one with one underground, one with the other underground. So you'd be suggesting then taking and having this. So for those not reading chat, Major is suggesting higher pipes, which I'm understanding to mean putting this all the way down and putting the pipe above it. Yep. Well, Deanne, a general concept of building, aka high pipes, for example, talking about that is fine. You were describing a specific way you build a specific factory. That's what I was commenting that I don't want. So the general principle of building, like in this case of building pipes higher, that's okay. Yes, there's a fuzzy line there. I understand that. I think I'm going to leave this the way it is. And this, I don't need the input belts, so we're going to leave the rest of that the way it is. Crude oil, 30 a minute. Don't expect to need Mark II belts in here. Or yeah, Mark II pipes. Might change that depending on how we do the build, but I don't think we're going to need that, so I'm going to leave this like that. And we're going to save this as no, my brain's been otherwise occupied. Go ahead and give it to me. I know the base reference, but I don't know what in the okay, the base reference I'm assuming is yeah, doggone it, the movie, the Desert Into the World movie. Can't even think of the rest of the name of it, is what I assume you're referring to, but I don't know what exactly in it that you're referring to. I can't think for the life of me the rest of the name of that movie series. Refinery X4. No, this doesn't do isn't doing diluted fuel. This is doing. What are we doing here? Cancel changes. I'm not looking to close the blueprint designer. I just want to go back to editing it. Mad Max, yes, that one. Ah, yeah, okay. Yep, okay, got it. Okay, how in crap it won't let me exit this. I don't want to lose changes. I don't want to leave the designer. I don't want to clear the designer. I don't want to load another blueprint. I don't want to save this one yet. I want to go back to frickin' editing. Okay, so I have to do something other than the controls, and what I did is go to build mode and back. No, it wasn't. It wouldn't. It wouldn't let me. Now it won't let me. From here, I have started to change my name. Now, I can't exit out of here without it threatening to lose all my changes in my blueprint. So I don't know what it would actually do if I hit confirm, and I don't want to lose the changes I just made. But from what it says, I assume that I'm going to lose whatever's in my blueprint. But that's not what it says. So presumably I'm just losing what's in this interface, which is what makes sense, but that's not what the text says. That UI is buggered badly. in many other ways as well. There's so much of the UI in this game that the UI has a lot wrong. Why was I trying to get out of that? There was a reason. This is... oh, this is crude to heavy. This is the alternate recipe. That's okay. That makes sense to you guys? I also am saving it. Okay, we can take and clear this, and we need to figure out a way to set up the blender. Center it. Although I don't think it makes any difference ultimately. I think, and maybe one of you guys can confirm or deny, if I were to take and set this in set whatever I build in here all in one corner of this, it's still going to, when I go and try to build the blueprint, the fact that it's not centered in this isn't going to make any difference as to where that snaps or anything, right? It just depends on the borders of the snapping and whatever of the blueprint when placing it. Only matters the boundaries of whatever's in the blueprint, right? Regardless of where it was built in the blueprint maker. Oh, this is... no, that's right. That's the way I want it. So what we're going to have... we're making alternate fuel. We have 2 fluid in, 1 fluid out. One fluid out, we're just going to go right there, and at least for one. Yeah, we're going to go with Mark II. Don't need to do anything over there. We're going to bring this over here. Well, what I'm asking is, let's say I took this, ignore what I have there. Let's say I made a blueprint here that had... here, let's Let's say I made a blueprint that had what I want. Let's say I made a blueprint that had nothing but that sitting there. Made in this blueprint maker. Ignore that. When I go to place that blueprint, the fact that I built it with this in the corner of the blueprint maker isn't going to make any difference whatsoever. It would snap or otherwise locate relative to my pointer exactly the same as if I had built that in the center of the blueprint maker, right? Okay, so that's how my output side is going to be. This side will need to be I don't think, build that close. We're going to find out, I guess. I want 2 of those. Don't need 3. But if I have those pipes, oh, I forgot about that. And this one I can do. It won't snap vertically though, and I need it to be vertical. Will it snap vertical if I put that down there? Yes. Don't know why, but it will. And then I can do and the problem with that is one is going through the other. would have to put this. I don't think that will be far enough. Oh, nice. I can do it even that close. And let's try that. Coolness. That means I can do this. And have one underneath the other. Actually, let's try one other thing, given how easy that was. Let's try. Nope. There's no way that's going to work, but I'm going to try it anyways. Yeah, I didn't think so. But still, it makes that easy. And it doesn't matter which one's which, so that can be figured out as we need. And then that'll work. Suppose maybe putting the pipe in there might be useful. And we have this. We have our recipe set. No, that might be something for the other one, but not for this one. Let's go back to, in fact, that's definitely something for the other one. Load blueprint. Oh, here's another problem. I don't have the resources to load this blueprint. No, but you do. It's in you. At least it's supposed to be in the little case there on the blueprint maker. So why won't it load? Why can't I? Why won't it load resources out of there? Why do I have to come back here like this to say load whatever? Which one do I want? I want that one. And stupid me, I built this wrong, but that's okay. For reasons I like to have, I would have wanted normally this oriented 90 degrees. I don't feel like changing it. Oh, I do have power already in here other than cross-connecting these. On these, I don't, as a rule, do the power bar method. I like to use the poles. I do use the power bar method. Excuse me. I do use the power bar method for some things. This is not one of them. Although I have used it for this too, but for the refineries, I like to use the power poles. So, but yeah, at least now I have them properly cross-connected. Okay. What other bits do we have of the factory? It's yeah, just throw it dried out. I'm fine. I need to make, I don't think I have a blueprint for it yet. Let's see. Power, booster, fixmas, belt stack, assembler, constructor, smelter, factories, power. Nope, I don't have a blueprint for it yet, and I should. So we need to clear the designer. And people have asked me about this one. So you guys tell me if you've seen this done outside of my own. Not special, power, fuel generator. Yeah, it'll fit. Center it here. just because. You put doesn't matter which one I put, but I'm going to put that one. And then if I do this right and put one there, I can snap one in the middle of that. And then I can chain a pair of these down a row as far as I want to go. With a perfectly centered, with these as close as they can possibly be, and a perfectly centered pipe between them. Have you guys seen that done elsewhere? Oh, and then I need to put my gotta have my power pole in the right place here. Yeah, I know. Power bar. No, power poles. I like the power poles. In most cases. I'll go with that. In most cases. I am familiar with the power bar. I do use it. Just not usually. There's no need to put any mounts or any pipes out here. You put the pipes in when you put however many pairs you're going to put in. There's no directional anything. That's pretty much it. So I don't usually do catwalks and stuff until I've completed a factory and know how it's gonna, a whole factory, and know how it's gonna set out. And then I often put it off until later or never, because you never use them, because by that time you're flying in one point or another. I understand the point that it's not so much about use as it is looks, but I'm also not so much into making things for just looks. So I love seeing how other people do it, but I'm not, whatever. I'm into doing function, making it work. Looking nice is secondary. Okay, so this is good. We've got 4 of those for our base, and then we've got the mixers, and now we've got the power. Now we've got to figure out how many millions of square feet of concrete we need. I think let's start making concrete. Or laying concrete. Hopefully I have enough already being made. We're going to use... I'm going to use ones. Make sure so we have space underneath just because. In fact, we're going to want that space underneath because at some point we've got to do something with the... At some point that polymer is going to go underneath of this. That's just how it's going to be. Alright, so at what level do I want to do this? That's an add-on somebody needs to make. Something that'll find the highest point in the immediate area. There's a high point, level high points up there, so it's either that over there or this here. I guess the way to find out is to snap something in here and build over there and see which one's higher. We're well over that. That is not the right level. And we're clear with that, except for that little pebble here that might be in the way. Otherwise, I am... Alright, where's our... Oh, up there. Pretty sure we're covered for the area of this. I was looking around, I'm like, where's base? It's all the way up there. Oh sure, come on, get out of there. I'm gonna tell me I need to go up a little bit. Yep. How about you guys over there? Good enough. Well, this is something I don't like either. Now there's 2 bricks here. And it doesn't warn you, it doesn't tell you no. To me, it should simply skip that when you build across it like that. With Zoop. Why won't you Zoop this way? Wire's too long my butt. Oh, come on, really? Don't need it yet, but I want to make sure I keep that connected out there. And in case anyone wonders, I'm getting rid of these because some of them are disappearing underneath the concrete. And I walked out of power range. We're going to do more of them on top of the concrete now as we build, but wanted to clean up what's underneath. I think what I need to do now, before I get too horribly carried away with building, is build the beginning part and see how much space we actually need. Maybe build a couple of power lines. Okay, so we're starting up here at this end. And this is a great argument for ignoring the global grid. But I do like the global grid, and I agree with the reasons for using it. But there are times since we're starting down here, I need to fill this area out to start doing anything. How did you get left? And how did you get left? Although I might want you. So we'll be running those two oil pumps. This direction. Yeah, something like that. You know what? As much as I've already done, we're gonna undo it. Already? Alright, I think that's all of it, except for the one I left on purpose. I think this one might being on the ridge might not be high enough. Can I reach to that pole? Yes. No. Eat me. Fine. We'll do it this way then. Or, okay, maybe not. That's why I don't like the hover. Every time, just as you want to place something, okay, so first of all, we have these going down to an array, and we're going to double these. So these will be 240. They are going to feed 8 of these each. Nope, they're going to feed 4 of these each, which will also be doubled. Those 4 will feed 6 of those 4, which will also be doubled. So each of these is doing 240. These are going to eat 60. Yeah, that's 4. So 4 of these. 4 times 8 is 320. Or 300. Feeding 6 of these. And if I line them up right, that can all be in 1 column each. It's also even numbered. It can be in 2 columns. These are let's see how this works. What did I touch? Let's do, let's see, 4 and 6. This is 10 from there to the outside. That will allow me to get 4 generators. Brain quit. 4 generators across. 32 would need 8 rows. Of that. Which means I need 20 long for generators. From this point out, or shift them over a bit. There's 10. Now let's do it here in the middle. This row. There's 10. There, that figures. That's 20. And after that pinch point up there, I have plenty of, let's see if that is over this, not past that point. We'll have to shift the generators over. Out here. Come on. But that gives us plenty of room because we can't do the generators really before we get to that point, that pinch point. So we got plenty of room here to just put four refineries and six of these will crap out 600 fuel, which is fine because we got 6 pipes, so that works very nicely. So we can just put all these right in line. So we're going to do that right over the end of the hill here, leave a little bit of room at the beginning here for logistics. So we will start with blueprints, alt heavy oil. Dude, we're working here. Didn't you see the signs? What was that? You weren't. Yes, you did, and you thought that meant welcome? Yeah, bite me. Yeah. So there's our fourth for that side, and I should have kept the blueprint here. Wait a minute. Where'd dude go? Find a different direction. There you go. See how easy that was? Alt heavy oil, we're going this way. And then we put the fuel gen, no. Then the blenders going back the other way. But I want those pipes aligned. That does tell us what's going in which pipe. So this is our inputs for the first. So these here will be what's coming from up there from the extractors. That'll become out to become the heavy oil, which will come out and down into this, which will string 6 of these, which will become fuel and go to a whole bunch of crap out there. Let's see where 6 of these gets us. And if I remember to do it, won't it auto-connect? It does that one. Why won't it do... See what kind of shit you are? It'll bind those because those have pipe and stands. It won't bond the other two because the other two are the end on the right hand side. The one I'm building are both junctions without pipe, and it'll only connect pipe to pipe. Well, we can let it. Let's see how much this pipe is. Because if we're going to tuck these up next to each other, like that, yeah, it's worth the auto-connect. See, I knew I'd need all those extra computers. And circuit boards. While I was doing that, I'm going to go grab another pastry. The question becomes, how many more times am I going to have to do this? I'm quite certain that won't be the last time. Well, it looks like we're definitely going to get out beyond the pinch point. Actually, looks like it'll be just about the perfect distance. Blenders. So that should be 6 of them. Yes, until I automate it. Well, you didn't miss a whole lot. I was laying concrete and banging computers. Somehow that sounded wrong. Not entirely inaccurate, but... Don't need Mark II pipes on that, but we're doing it anyways. Okay. We're going to need more computers for the other side too, probably, but let's see. Blended fuel. And in this case, we need to be this way. And we need to line up with this side. Yeah, so I need computers times 10, I need 60 computers. I don't know how to answer that. So many possible answers come to mind. But I'd really like to keep this a moderately clean stream. You were fine. Many of my answers would not have been. We'll respond this way. After the first couple, you get numb and never feel a thing. And since I've been banging computers since the early 80s, I'm numb. It is that. Doggone, I'll tell you what. Potent lemonade after a very sweet pastry will wake you up very quickly. Wow. Me? Surely you jest. For those who wonder how long I'm going to let this bang, I need to make 60 computers. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Well, I think the computers are stuck because of the plastic. Yeah, so we're gonna have to wait for let the plastic refill, and let's build the computers I can at the moment, and go build a couple things, and then we'll come back and build some more circuit boards. Bug on it. Keep pressing the wrong keys. Build. Good point. I can copy the recipes from those into the blenders I have, and then I don't need the original sample, which is basically only there to grab the recipe. And you guys both know how much plastic this is using between the circuit boards and the computer. My only source of plastic is over my shoulder. How about both of those? Because there's 50 computers and the other 10 are right here. So let's see, we're not actually overclocking the blenders. So I can transfer that recipe to these 6. And then I no longer need that blender. Let us grab the recipe out of this and copy it to all of these. Oh, crap. No, you dumbass. Oh, bite me. Take that. Okay, these should be that's really not quite in line of where I want. No. Why is that a Mark II? Was that in line? Yes. So here in a minute we're going to take probably a 10-minute break so the server can do its thing. But I will return. We are not done with the stream. Or at least I'm not. Why does this feel every time like it's off-center? Because it is. Every single freaking one of them. Where do they want to be? They want to be right between the two things, but closer to the center one. So it wants to be there. Yes. Not that powering those up matters because I don't have water yet. But at least the power is run. And those guys are pumping stuff and starting to fill up those. We need to put mergers on these, and we're going to run that back this way. And then we're going to put a floor hole in here. We'll leave the floor hole, but for the moment we're just going to take and put these into the sink. And I should have 60 computers on me somewhere. Yep. So we can make all of these for the other side now. And I don't need that power pull out here anymore. Blueprints, blenders. Let's see, it need to be this way, yeah. Need to be lined up with those pipes and with those placements. And then let's see if we can get away with auto placement out here. Wait a minute. For these, it's allowing to connect all three of them? mean, I'm not complaining, but why here and not the other one? I mean, there is a difference, but it's the only difference is between which one I'm building and which one is already there. Alright, power. Let's connect pipes on the way back. Well, all of these are apparently connected. How about the other side? Other side appears to be all connected. Let's see. We do want all these connected, so I need to do this on the other side, which never got done. So that's all connected. So these are our outputs. Server will restart in 2 minutes, so I'm going to leave you guys here for a minute. I'm going to shut down my game, and we'll be back in between 5 and 10 minutes, whenever the server decides it's ready to play again. And we'll see you then. Okay, we are back. That was actually faster than I expected. Okay, we got the other side built. We got pipes done. I need to run power on this side. And I need to connect this. And I need to do these going that way. That's not the buttons I pushed. Okay, so that gives us power to both sides. We have oil to both sides, or should. These don't connect this point. These do on the outside. Now we need to power these up. Correctly in line, yes. This one is not in line with the other one. Doggone it. Try this again. Why does it have to reorder them? Now they're properly lined up. And these should all have been connected auto on this one. Now let's try powering everything up. Too bad power doesn't auto connect. And you can't have to power poles. Half meter align. Doggone well better be aligned. Oh, do I have recipes in those? Yes. So all of these should actually, nope, they aren't doing anything because they're not being fed with water yet. Before we fill them with water, we need to do a lot more concrete for generators. Oh, come on. Seriously? You're gonna pull that crap on me? Really? Oh, hello. Okay, let's Now, how many of these did it build under that hill where we can't get to them? In my opinion, no matter how many I stretch out there in Zoop, if the resulting build won't have some corner showing somewhere, it should automatically not build it, because there's no reason whatsoever to do so. It's not functional, it's not displayable, it's not removable, and therefore, contrary to Ada, it's wasted. Not like this game has any annoyances or anything, like that one. Where there's it adds a second block where there's already a block. Seriously, I used all the concrete? That's funny. Really funny, considering that I have like 4 concrete plants blasting concrete into the 4, 5, 6 blasting concrete into the depot. Okay, so this is our middle line. We have 10 to the outside there, but we need to go all the way to this line, which means we need to come in by, well, actually, the last row we only need half of the so last 3 rows we only need half of the width. We can get away with this. Do believe we can get away with this, because for these last 3 rows we only need, well, we don't need the last 5 blocks out here in the last 3 rows. In the next 3 rows, we do need all 5 blocks, but we can push the corner of that. I mean, this is only going to be one machine here. We can push the corner of that machine up into the sand a little bit, not care too much. Or we can take and move that machine out to the last row. In fact, we'll see how that works. Hey dude, other direction. No, keep on going, buddy. Keep on going. Keep on going. No, stupid, the other direction. There you go. Keep going that direction. That means you too. Yes, I killed a bird. Okay. Power machines. And we have a blueprint for that. Fuel generator pair. And they can go either direction. We're going to start with them right there. You know what? This might be a little bit tight. Yeah, we can work with it. Now, where did my 20 block count start here? Oh, come on. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do this. Let it do our counting for us. Oh, sure, it was displaying count. Okay, that would be number 21. So right there's our 20. If I want to move these out a little bit to make a little bit cleaner, come on, thing there. We need to push this out one. Easily done. But that means that our corner over here, we may have to make some adjustments on our corner over here. But that's doable. We do need to move our pole over here. We'll do it like that. Oh, come on. Seriously? Bite me. Come on. So move this out one. This is fuel generator pair. And we're going to go out a block to here. And because I'm me, I'm going to be picky about things. And make you go that way. And then we need... Oh, come on. How many more poles do I need out here? Dude. Missing motors. That figures. While we wait, let's see, the output fuel is, let's see, come this way. Fuel being output is on the inside here. And will be 600 from 6 of these, which will feed something isn't right. Oh yeah, that's because we're getting 320 off of this. We're only using 300 of it. We'll be putting 600 out. $600 will do a lot more than 30 machines, 30 generators. No. 20 each. 600 is 30 generators. That's right. The way we're doing this, we need a junction. We need a junction here. And we don't really need a junction, but I'm going to use one anyways. There. And we're waiting for some motors to generate and go into the depot for me. Well, there's a whole bin full of them. They're just waiting to go into the, trickling into the depot. Otherwise, we should have fuel in this. Nope. Water. Need water. So we need to put a floor hole here. Timing, Dan. Timing. And a water hole, floor hole. Where did I put the other one? Yeah. And while we're at it, really want that blue, but okay, water. We got one over there and one here. And this is just this side of the line. So we want it to go right there. Well, there. Should be on the line. Yeah. I guess there's not much point in trying to jump around here. And we will grab that pipe over there. And this one is on just this side of the center. Where is our... We're going to put it on this here line, and I do believe that is our line. Yeah. And this should be our line. And that should be our line. Dude, what did I tell you? Really? Now, where are we going to bring our water? Right around the edge of this, it looks like. Right between those two rocks. And probably more or less follow the wires. And I probably should have grabbed a couple of and no, Do I need to paint those blue to realize that they belong for water? Maybe not. Okay, we're going to use this to judge distance. Okay, so the first one is going here somewhere. I don't need 3, just 2. Thank you very much. But, as Dan asked me earlier, we need 600 in each of those pipes. These, fully cranked, are only going to do 3. So I need 2 more. That's what I was saying in the first place. I need 2 more of these somewhere. Can I put them up here? Probably not. Ooh. Can I put them up here pointing this way, though? Well, I can do one, but it's pointing at a rock. I think I'm better off putting a couple like this, maybe, out here. Don't think that'll make any difference, but okay, then we need to put a junction up here somewhere or other. No. Grab that pipeline. One of you go there. One of you go there. And for you two, not what I meant to do. Let's hide you for a minute. There we go. That'll take care of that. Figure out where our next thing has to be. Just beyond that. So between that and the pole, and we want to aim between those two rocks there. Bite me. Joe, what did I tell you? Can't tell him anything. Well, you can tell him all you want. It makes no difference, apparently. Okay, so in the middle of the 4 here, going that way. Maybe a little more. Maybe. Then I'm going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're going to aim for this. Come on, quit that. I should be able to go from there to there, and from there to there. And I'm guessing that I'm going to want, let's go for curve. We'll go, pipe is too long anyways. Okay, good. Then we'll just take and put a couple of these somewhere here on the hill. And that'll keep us off the ground too. I'll take this one to that one, and that one to that one. take a minute. We should have enough left, but I think I'm going to throw a pump on these anyways. And just because there's a power line here, we're going to put it right here. Maybe pointing that way. That'll be more than enough left. I probably didn't need it anyways, but should have water here. Uh-oh. Things are moving. For a moment there I was thinking, why is that starting up? It's not connecting it to anything because these won't run until they're connected to anything. But each of them is connected to a power pole, even though that power pole isn't connected to a grid. Well, I guess the power pole is its own grid, so. But now, connect these all. And we're going to go with, because this here is just a thing for flight, so we're not going to connect to it. Where's our power line for this? It's there. How do I normally cross-connect these? That I don't recall. I think what we're going to do here is power line from there. Put it here. Nope. Actually, yep. Nah, we're going to put it here. And never mind that it cuts through the outer rail of those things. And then we're going to put it on it's right there, and if this will hold still, it's right there. So we go to you, and you, and we gotta come down the line, to you, to you, you and you. And now that I've done this, I can see a different way I could and should have done this as far as the power lines, but oh well. You go to there. Nope. Brought that back to there, and then to there. So all of those are done together, and we'll then time being. This is definitely something to be cleaned up later. That gives me a bit more power and puts me above my max finally, and we're just getting started building these. Let's see how many more we can build. Yeah, have a good evening, Dan. Thanks for sticking around. Well, let's start over here. And let's, since we're going to be doing a lot of these, let's throw this on number 8. We need to run fuel to the last of these. And then we need to run power to these. Actually, I need to run power from these. Excuse me? How in hell did I blow any fuse when I'm adding power to the whole everything? What blew a breaker? How did anything blow a breaker when I'm adding power to the grid? How do I even... Somewhere over here. Where is it? somewhere is a power switch for this whole power setup. At least there's supposed to be. There it is. What the hell? I know why that went down, but that's not doing anything but itself. That was probably already down. Coolers wasn't on. Wait a minute. Recycling center and Caterium. Why in hell did those go down? They're on the same grid as everything else. And we've got all kinds of power. And they were running just fine before we got all the power. What the hell? Those aren't even supposed to be on. That shouldn't be on. You should be on, and you should be on. There's no reason for you not to be on. Why are we unstable? Okay. You guys are doubled. Are you guys are doubled. Why are you not? Why are you not running? Your heavy oil isn't going out. Did I miss a connection somewhere? Heavy oil, the stuff, blenders, something wrong with the blenders? Oh, I don't have any generators coming off of these, so the blenders are sitting here going, now what do I do? But that doesn't explain why somewhere in this mess, somebody's unstable. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got 4 times 6. That's 24, 25, 26. And that'd be 27, 28, and 29, and 30. We've got 4 more to go. So we should have more than enough juice to feed all of these. This last one is going on and off. Why? We're only asking to use 600 fuel, and should be giving it 600 fuel. And we've got 600 pipe. Why did my stream just stop? Okay, just YouTube just stopped. Okay. Someone tell me my stream is still good. My monitor just stopped. It looks like it's good to me, but someone verify that, please. Why am I not getting... Thank you, Major. So something here is not running 100%. Why not? Are we not getting our water? We're not getting water. We've got water here. Less water there. These want 100 water. We've got should have 600 in the pipe for 6 things. I know what's wrong. We do not have 600 in the pipe. We have about 420 in the pipe. Maybe not even that. These, nope, only the one got fully overclocked. And neither of these got overclocked. Oh, so one of them did. Okay, so it was just that one that wasn't overclocked, and I'll bet, well, I can guarantee you that the bottom one, which was the one that was lacking, is going to be the one that's feeding that side. Yep, so the bottom one was the one feeding this side, and that's the one that was lacking. So now we have all the fuel, all the water. Now you should start turning green down here. Well, it's filling slowly. It'll fill up eventually here. But it looks like they're running. See how many more of these we got motors to build. We need 2 more pair. And then we need to run fuel out to these. And power out to these, or out from these to be accurate. And I should no longer need these now. Those were just flight nodes. This one down here isn't, but so we're good here. This side should be complete. Are you guys still not running at 100%? Y'all not running at 100%? Y'all still waiting on water buffering. You should have enough water in there. Well, it looks like it's getting stifled on fuel output. Which is interesting. Now these here will not be running at 100% because they're trying to crap out a total of 320 with only 300 being used. So these will pause once in a while. But that's okay, it's not going to hurt anything, and we'll deal with that later. But these should all be, well, not at the moment, these aren't going to be running because there's nothing using them. We now need to go use all my motors some more. I might have to go back to, why do we got a red down here? We're still not pushing all the fuel out that we're supposed to be. Oh well, in theory, that'll sort itself out. Let's see what we can build on this side. Don't need that, just need number 8. And we're going to go here, right there for the first one. 2, 3, 4, 5, gotta wait. While we wait, we lay pipe. We're going to start with a junction right there, and then grab a pipe. Power. Nope. Line. There. There. Into there. Into there. And to there. Connect across to this side, and also to this side. And all of those are running. Well, it's not all stable, but we've got our production capacity up a bit. So that is all of the generators for that side. Now we need to do the same over here. And we're going to have to do interesting over here. Might have to... What we might end up doing is putting another set over there and cross-connecting both sides up there. Not an ideal solution, but since when does ideal apply in Satisfactory? Can I build again? Thank you. How many do I get to build? Good question. Power. That one, those are all done. You come over here and run power. Those should all be running. And we should have crap loads of juice now. Still not stable, but that'll clean up. Now we need to add another. Let's see, this is 1, 2, should be 7 or 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What, 8? Man, it's really hard to count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 7 more. Yeah, that makes sense. 15 pair. It's not what I want. I want this. And I just realized that if I did it... Oh, not even waiting on motors now. Now we're waiting on rubber. That's a bit of a surprise. But we can check on that one, because our rubber supply is also just up here over the shoulder. This is the sole rubber supply that we have. It's going in here. 50 per minute. Yep, we only need Mark 1 things going in there. But why didn't I did this for plastic. Why did I not do it for rubber? These are Mark 3, okay. This one is lined up on center, there. Going in down there, going out, there. And we need to grab a belt. Mark 3. And then we can double our, that'll double our rate of upload to the depot. So our other line goes there, and then we can bring it out here, and then there, and then build our remaining, try to build our remaining elements. This does no, this won't do auto connect. Yeah, fine, whatever. Missing rubber. Give it a minute. In the meantime, connect belts and pipes, or at least pipes. Pipes and power lines. Should be able to get rid of these by now. I might regret that. Ooh. I'm going to need to run a line from there to there, but I don't need that anymore. But we do need the power going out to the water. But all of this stuff can go away now. Can't reach over there. Can I build another one yet? Yes. And now I'm going to have to put these, see how much into the mud I'm going to be putting these, because these need to go out. Yeah, that's not acceptable. That's problematic. That's acceptable. We can accept that. Functional parts of the machine is out of the fun. So we can accept that. Got a little sand drifting in. Might have to do some maintenance in the future, but we can accept that. So this last pair, we're going to have to do what I said. We're going to put it over to the... We're going to have to put it over there and cross-connect these pipelines up there. And for those who are wondering why I don't just cross-connect these, it's because each of these rows is going to get their own power switch, and then a master switch covering all of them. And if you've ever had to restart an entire global factory, everything on the planet, from a complete total blackout, you'll understand why. It is not a fun process, and you don't do it all at once. Okay, I'm leery of cross-connecting. But at least in theory, the flow will only be in one direction. Ow. There should only be flow in that direction, because the excess draw will be over there. The question is, I would ultimately be pulling more than 600 through this section of pipe. From that corner to that junction, I would be pulling more than 600 through it. Technically. I don't like that. I know what, we can do this. I know how to do this. A little bit how you doing, but I know how to do this. Alright, let's put this one in here. This one is going to become disconnected from that series. So now the 15 from here, there's 16 over here. This pair is now cut out of that set. And we're going to feed that pair from that side. There. Now we got 15 pairs running from each side. And we can even separate the power I am really curious as to which of the power grids it thinks went down. Should be there. All the way over to... should be there. Connect to that, and we'll just cross over to that. And that way, now this one here is completely separated from its neighbors and tied to this side. Now technically the power from that one should be tied over to there. We'll worry about that tomfoolery another time. And we have completed our goal for tonight. It took us 6.5 hours, but we are, I'm going to assume these are all running at these are not running. Yes, they are, but we're not smoking. And these are tied into the grid, okay. So except for evicting Claude, or whatever you feel like calling him, we are complete for the night. So finish this up here, I guess. With any luck, tomorrow, or actually today, Saturday afternoon, I will do a stream where I do miscellaneous maintenance on the world, a variety of things. It will not be any of the main building on the world, just a bunch of cleanup work. And we'll see what we're doing for going from there. But with that, we will say good night. It's long past my bedtime as well. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time.